Hello, hello. Hi, hi. Hi, Ordolas. Hi, Elden. Hi, Pika. And Nympheus with the Scuffed ASMR. Hmm. Hi. How is everyone's Monday? And thank you for the hydrate salad. I am going to need it. Alright. Well, today sure was the day of all time. Hmm. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Hopefully, it's a good thing. No, I need to switch the thing to it, and I need to start a timer. So yeah, your children have turned into ankle biters. Monday was uh went to suffer in the extra traffic. Rip. Well, everybody is about to be cursed. I am sorry to pile on your potentially bad Mondays. Hopefully they were good, and I don't want to curse y'all, but apparently Nympheus does. So, that being said,
Emotional damage.
and you should talk like this now. Hopefully, it's. Unless I need to turn off my fan. Aw, you bugged me. Why am I getting bonked? Is there a weird fan sound? Hopefully, there's not. I am trying to whisper like this, but I'm not sure. And now I'm just hearing you for some reason. Um, I'm not being honest. When you got home, or something, hey, you can re-export the episode. Mom, I said yes, boom. Power outage. Not local, nor district, nor country. It was in 4 countries. Wow. Yikes. It sounds like I'm hissing, huh? Yep, you're uncomfortable. See you next year. Yes. Ah, fucking hell. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Fucking hell. Filters. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Well, okay. Let's see. Why is it so? Okay. Maybe there. This sounds terrible. I know it does. Because you can hear the stupid fan in the background. So I'm gonna mute this for a second and then I'll start the timer. You take back your ASMR. Well, guess what? You have cursed everybody here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, outside of everyone now being cursed to listen to me talk like this for like 5 minutes. The ceiling is next to a giant pentagram. Yes, apparently I am missing at the thing. Let's see. And it was summer day. Remember. Such good because whatever damage strikes make everything go. Just public transport spark going to work either way. You're not playing, it's just already been 5 minutes. Has it? I didn't even start the timer. Sleep paralysis, Stephen. Oh, this is more. Yes, I am now your sleep paralysis demon, apparently. I don't even know what this sounds like, honestly. And I'm kind of terrified. I am actually terrified. So, yeah. It's picking up background noise. I don't even know what it's from because it's not from a fan. So, yeah. That's funny. Random background noise. You would have guessed a fan. Oh, my fan is off. Yes, it is. I can try turning down the gain a bit and see how that works out, but okay, maybe this is it. Shit. Okay, there we go. I have to pick my voice back up. Well, now I have to just talk like this for now on. Is my timer done? I think my timer's done. No, it's not fucking done. Why is it not fucking done? This is horrible. You have now cursed everyone envious. Why have you done this? I hope everyone's Monday is not the worst for this. Because, yeah. This is horrible. This is awful. So, yeah. This is awful. Yes, it is. This is awful, son. You happen to be tired, so it's working. was a press X to down moment. Alright. It's done. It's done. I can stop. Alright. Oh my god. My voice. Now I can turn my fan back on and yeah. Then I can actually start off stream, I guess, properly. Properly is a word for it, I guess. I don't know. We're starting off really cursing stuff right now. Alright. Okay, so, hi. Hello, everyone. Hopefully, outside of, I guess, being in one of the 4 countries today that have a power outage, I hope for everything's going okay. Yeah, today won't be remembered for the transport strike now. So, yeah. Anyway. Tonight, I don't know what we're working on specifically. I have no clue. I don't know what feature I'm working on. I don't know this and I don't know that. My brain is empty. So, we're just gonna work on something. I tried to look at my Git and kind of figure out, like, okay, what was I working on? What was I trying to finish up? What was I doing? And nope. Nothing. Unfortunately. So, yeah. Anyway, that being said, I've been off over the weekend. Well, more Sunday, I was working on reworking something. And, yeah. There's gonna be a rework of something. Not to mention, I have also started dabbling with something as well. So, which will probably take a while for that to even be anywhere near completion, but yeah. There is indeed a of things being done. So yeah, look forward to it. When? Don't know. But I was somewhat being productive Sunday and today. So there is that. Hopefully everyone's weekend went well though. I need to boot up freaking things. I'm just kind of just staring off into my screen, clicking on things. So, yeah. How about I do that? Where's my Git? Or actually, where's my project first and foremost? There it is. Show more options. Open Git Bash here. Yes. Please. Thank you. Right. Minimize that. Open this. And Those are booted up. I go down here. Um, and y'all get to see this. All right. So, I don't know what I was running on specifically. I think we had to redo some stuff. I think. Because I know we were separating the weapon and stuff. I think no 2D here is... Yeah. So it was a range attack thing. Yeah, we were trying to... take the stuff inside the weapon. A resource that it would load. Same with the projectile. So, yeah. So let's see, what specific... what do we have going on here? Okay. Okay, True Light Staff 2. 1. Alright. So, True marks what kind of... if it's a ranged or melee, right? So it goes. True is melee. So melee light attack. So melee heavy attack, weapon, and combo. And those are strings that will be associated with different like frames and things like that. So yeah. Just one thing we could work on is it's some simple UI stuff. Then again, dealing with UI is not simple whatsoever. Um oh, another thing is this game project. Um I've kind of settled on a potential type of art I'm gonna do for it. So there is that. Which I will need to recompile a sprite. Again. And that's gonna be a thing and a half. I don't remember how to do it. So potential art stream soon. Um what else? That's about it. Anyway, let's see. So we need to work on UI. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna focus on. UI. So we need to start creating UI stuff. User interface. We'll put it in the test folder for now. All right. Game UI. All right. Export. Variable. Player. So I need access to player first and foremost. In order to pull health and things like that. So, what does the base level UI need access to? Assuming we use the different UI elements like pause menus and things like that. What is kind of a global thing? Um, let's see. Because we're gonna have multiple different types of UI going on. We'll have the base game UI, we'll have the pause menu UI, we'll have the visual novel UI. So, yeah. So let's see. We want to Mm, okay. Um. Hmm. Okay. I need to rename this. I need to rename the script. So our base UI needs to hold our data. Our UI data. Except we might have everything feed into the UI. So the base just needs to receive it. No. There's really no reason. Because let's see, enemies, other enemies and stuff will have a UI. Bosses will have a UI. Except we can just represent that on the player UI. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. It might not even be much. There might not really even be anything, honestly. Outside of maybe handling inputs. That's honestly all I can think of. Hmm. We might actually. I know what it is. So we need. This needs to be static. Um. Mm. Should the UI have a state machine to it, honestly? Because the only things I could think of that are state-like are pause and switching from the game to visual novel. And I wouldn't even say that really contributes to a whole thing. So, hmm. Because visual novel will have its own stuff going on with it. But it's overkill a lot of the time. So it should just be a some boolean then of, hey, is it in the visual novel stuff? Yeah? Okay. And pause is just a simple boolean that we can assign what it does in the individual script. So pause is really the only state that shares. And when it comes to enemies, like your average mob enemy, I don't think I'm gonna add a health bar to them. A visible health bar. I might though. We might if I need to. If I feel like we need it. Um. Character scene. Character. Since the enemy is technically a character. Hmm. Because honestly, the visual novel and the playable game state will operate so independently of one another that there's not really going to be a lot of needing to communicate with each other outside of, hey, have you talked to this person yet at this particular point? No? Okay, this is the conversation that plays. But I feel like we could store that somewhere else and not on the player. Which that would probably be in like a game system script. So like a game manager script, maybe. We'll say not 2D. Wait, what is the global variables? Are global variables? In here. Would this be an ideal place to put that? So like stuff. So we would need to create another script that holds this stuff. Yeah. Okay. But that's for like the data, like the store data and stuff like that. Okay. We wouldn't actually need to call to the manager then. For this. So, yeah. I don't want to have to figure out the visual novel system because I know we were going to have to rework that. So, yeah. Put this in the testing folder. Then we'll create a new script here. UI game. Be a proper Karen, always ask for the manager. Nora's life advice. Oh no. Hi Nora. Head pats incoming. Thank you for the head pats. How are you doing? And we're gonna attach the game's UI to this. And we're gonna rename this game UI. Just dropping in to say hi. I hope you're all. You're gonna try to catch some sleep. Get the sleeps. Catch the sleep. If you have to, use a net. Okie dokie, your job here. It's not nice. See you, Nora. Out. Have good sleeps. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna go down 10 just in case. Actually, hold on. Input. Function. So I want the actual input function here. Unhandled inputs. Yes. I started tinkering around with this, and I forgot what I was tinkering with when I was reworking things on something else. I was messing with a bunch of like unhandled inputs and stuff, and like doing hierarchies. Sunday and before stream, actually. Oh, and static variables. I learned what static variables are officially. As in, now I will remember what they are. I'm not gonna forget. Because I had to Google a thing. And they're like, oh yeah, you want static variables. I was like, what? Ah. And it blew me away. I'm just like, so yeah. All right. That'll be our input function. Okay. So for the base UI, for the game like base. So we're gonna have multiple things going on with it, right? Because we have the game UI, which is gonna have player health, abilities, equipped, etc., etc., etc. So for now, we're just gonna put the health bar there. Another thing is when it comes to the enemy UI, I think at most it's just gonna be a little bar above their head. That's about as simple as I'm gonna make it. So yeah. So we're gonna pull this up here. So what I want is a node 2D. No, I want a control node. Oh yeah. I want to set this in the bottom left hand corner. I feel like bottom left hand corner is just a good spot in general for health bars. If I'm being honest. There we go. Okay. Health. So now we're gonna add a progress bar. okay? You need to actually fill in here. Honestly, it should just be this. There shouldn't be anything else really needed here. Layout. Transform. I should change this to a container, shouldn't I? Well, okay. Let's see. Useful when a container had a size? No. We want a box container. Let's see, wait. We go. All right. If we'll round it to the nearest integer, potentially. Hi, Marion. How is you? Everyone should go follow Marion. Marion's heckin' awesome. Can never go wrong. Uh, yeah, I don't want a percentage here. What am I working on today? We're gonna be working on some UI stuff. Because I can't think of anything else to really work on. So, UI. Very bare bones UI for the player. And then maybe we'll add a little health bar above the little debug enemy here as well. And maybe get that working. Once that's set up, I could probably then fix the weapons and try to get them to work. Well, that's gonna be a little weird. And I don't know how I'm gonna go about fixing it. So, because I want the weapons to be individual of the characters using them. So, if a boss, for example, has a big giant axe, I want that axe to be separate from the boss. Is that whole system of abstractions for characters and attacks still around? It depends. What do you mean abstractions? uh do you mean this? I know I'm gonna have to fix this to make it a little bit better. Streamed some time ago. Trying to understand the inheritance between classes. Some time ago. defined some time ago, if it was last week, we've been dealing with a lot of inheritance in general. And classes. So like the weapon has a base class, and this is it. And then we define it a month or two ago. A month or two ago, is it when I was just learning how to do inheritance? Then that was with the status effects system that I basically scrapped for now. Yeah, applying status effects, yeah. I think you and Stewie? What is Stewie? We're helping with that. It's in here somewhere. It's probably in this folder here. Hold on. Yeah, it's right here. Everything's right here. It's in a deprecated folder just because this is stuff I'm not sure if I'm keeping or getting rid of. It's in the do I trash it or not trash it folder. Like, I'm not sure if I'm gonna bring in status effects into it or not. I might, but I'm not setting the system up for it yet. This is everything else that was in this project. I basically yeeted. I yeeted it into a recycle bin. Like, I think the old player stuff is gone because I absolutely yeeted it. I didn't want it anymore. Since we were rebooting this whole little, used to be the roguelike, but now it's just going to be a Souls-like. And me building each piece one brick by brick, essentially, kind of method. Build one piece, test it. Is it fun? It's like, okay, build the next piece, and so forth. That is my workflow currently. Build one little brick of the game and test it. If it works the way I want it, or is something that's like, oh, I like this, okay, I'll keep it. If it's not something I like, well, back to redoing it. That's pretty good. Trying to write something new, then having to scratch the initial version is very common. Yeah, so like this whole weapon system, right? As I was making it, I wasn't sure if I was going to keep it or not. But I was doing research, and a lot of people are just like, yeah, no, people typically separate the weapon from the player and vice versa. Especially if you're dealing with any kind of form of melee or stuff like that. So I'm just like, okay, so yeah. And the bad part, though, the hard part comes from, oh, I hit the wrong key. I hit the wrong key. Ah. The hard part comes from having to freaking animate it, which is gonna be, even though animation's kind of fun, that's gonna be a pain because you have to sync the animations up and stuff. And I try to do that in Unreal. That That was going to be tedious. I would have to go in through every frame and move something. Because there was like the way they had it, like it was an extra credit thing. And they're like, yeah, animate the gun inside the player's hands. It's like, okay, I'll have a look. I'll see. You know, it's probably just an animation. You sync them up in the code. You know, you play them at the same time. No. There was no animation clips. And so it's just like, huh? So what you had to do is you had to move the gun manually inside the animation and line it up with each frame. I was like, yeah, no, I ain't doing this. Like, I get it. I get the idea. I get the concept. I get how it's done. But no. And this was back in Unreal 4. I do believe. Before 5. This is like 2020. But I'm just like, I get it. I get how you're supposed to do it. Nope. I got like 1 day to turn this in. Nope. This is not this. Nope. Nope. I'm not gonna spend a whole day doing this. Nope. No, thank you. Everything else is done. I made the. I got enough in there to get the 100. I am good. I am okay. That's not a challenge I want to take on and risk breaking what I do have. So, yeah. Oz discovers one games are usually done by entire teams. Hey, tell that to my professor. Because if you did the base assignment, you only got a 6 day out of 100. So you had to do the extra credit task to get yourself to 100. That was one of the tasks. Now you could pick or choose. I think it was like 2 or 3, and they got you to full grade as long as you did them. Yeah. Yeah. No. I'm not. No, I graduated back in 2020. So. I think that's right. I have my scholarship somewhere. Or not scholarship, my bachelor degree somewhere. You know, you were just poking fun. I kind of figured it was a jest. Another one is, hey, I discovered games are fucking hard to make. They sure are. I just think of this this meme of where there's a swing set and the caption is, make games, they said. It'd be fun, they said. And the swing is like broken in half and the person is just laying on the ground in the little seat of the swing. One of those mediums that compares so many disciplines, it's mind-boggling. it is kind of mind-boggling how much goes into a game. Then again, if you look at movie, there's so much that goes into those as well. It's like insane. Contains, yeah. Yeah, I kind of got the idea what you were going for. Like, you have level design, which is where knowing the player experience that you're trying to deliver, knowing what the player like not really mental state, but like mindset is. What will the player do? What draws their attention? What does this? What does that? Not boring the player is one of those. But knowing how the player reacts, behaves, and stuff like that. The second one being what is it? Interior decorating. So if you're doing like an inside of a building, knowing how to decorate a house is very beneficial. And those are just like little sub things to the level design. Lighting is so important. You type this twice? Yes, lighting is very important. I mean, it really is. If you've at all used Unity, lighting is so important. Because, God, if you make a house with no lighting in it, you're not seeing anything, regardless of your skybox. It's just pitch black. It's like, I can't see. Oh. We should have put lights in there, huh? Mm-hmm. Huh. Textures, animations, yeah. So many things. So many things. And networking for the wabbit. Isn't that one of the weird tricks with lighting is that people put when it comes to doors, they add no, that's a texture thing where they add the door a second time. So the lighting works. Sound, yes, sound. Music. Sound effects, things like that. Voice acting, sound effects, soundtrack. Yep. So many things. So many things. And we might do work on some of the art stuff tomorrow as well. Because I'm feeling like in an art mood. But I need to compile a sprite for that. And that's what we'll be using. We'll be using a sprite. Which means I'll need to compile it off stream. I am feeling artsy. I am feeling artsy. But I'm also feeling like I want to be productive. Because I was reworking things. I was literally refactoring stuff in another project on top of doing some stuff in Blender. And it's gonna take a while for both of those, but I was trying to be a very productive person today. There was attempts. I didn't get that far on either. I don't know. because I still need to kind of like orientate. I don't know. I don't know what word I'm looking for, but I need to get reacquainted with using Blender. I need to relearn all the keybinds and this and that, and it's just like. Yep. The bad part, well, it's not really a bad part. It's actually a decent. I would say it's arguably a good way of doing it is to playtest as you go along, which I assume most studios do anyway. Because we're playtesting all of this as we make it. So it's like, okay, this is done. How does this work? Oh, that doesn't work right. Hold on. This is. It's why you see me trying to smooth out the movement. Because it's like, I know how the movement's going to work. So if I can smooth that out, I don't typically have to look back on it. So, yeah. Typically. I won't know until I'm like much further along and it breaks on me for some reason. It's like, So, yeah. Anyway. Here's what we're gonna do. Okay. We have this. We need to game UI. So, all right. Okay, we need a variable. It's midnight. You need to sleep. Good night. Have a good sleep, Jane. Have good sleeps. Oh, I know this song. I'm listening to something different right now. It is! It's Mr. Brightside. I only know that because of Fortnite. As bad as that is, I only know that song because of Fortnite. I played a lot of the little music festival rock band game mode. Oh. Maybe one day we'll jam out on that. When I feel like it. I'll need to do it on my PlayStation now. Since I am not downloading Unreal Launcher because it uses up a lot. And I ain't got space on my computer anyway for Fortnite. So, yeah. But yeah, I think that would be kind of fun to do. Little music festival stuff on Fortnite. That, unless it's, hopefully it's all safe to stream that though, because don't tell him, because I know you can get potentially copyrighted for it, for like Rock Band and stuff. Sometimes I was like, so I don't know yet. It's weird with stuff like that. Anyway, so we'll do update health bar. Um, and we'll do set health bar. Actually, we'll just do update health bar. I mean, it's the same function. Just one's at the start, one's... Actually, yeah, no, it should be just the same function. We're not going to call it every frame. It's going to be updated when we're hit, or we take damage, or this or that. So... which, in that case, we might need to create a signal for it. I think it's in here. Yeah. How do we start a signal? Hook damage signal. Damage hit. Damage taken. Signal. Equals no. Which this should just be on all the main thing anyway. So, bam. Damage taken signal. Okay. We're gonna F1. Okay. Signals. Come on. Signal. Yep. Okay. Signal. Attacked. Item dropped. Okay. How do we set these up here? That's how you send the signal, right? Emit. Ooh, wait. We need to emit the signal, don't we? Okay. Um. Apply damage. Node. I shouldn't have to connect the UI here. Or no, I should. I should. I should. Okay, hold on. Okay. Let's see. So, um, if we want to update the health bar, we need to send the signal, and the current health equals I should just do this actually. Progress bar dot. All right, what are we looking at here? We don't need that. All right. That should just simply update our thing. All right. Now we need to create a signal for that so we can actually send the stuff over. So before we do that, I'm gonna go get some more tea. And I will be right back. So, BRB. Now, all we have to do now is create a signal that this can pick up. Um, so how do we connect the signal here? Mm-hmm. All right, so let's see. Hi, maidens. How is you? Everyone go follow maidens. Um, I'm okay. We are, or I am, really trying to get the UI working for this so we can test and see if we can apply damage to the player and vice versa. So, trying to be productive and maybe reworking the entire. What? Why did my screen flash? Hello? Did things break? Either I blinked really hard or my screen flashed on my right side. Um, Weird. Um, but yeah, trying to be productive, but I'm okay. Okay, nothing on y'all's end, so maybe I just blinked really hard. That was weird. Okay. Let's see. So let's see. Progress bar. Okay, hold on. What if we name this character scene? What am I missing here? String name. So character scene. Damage taken. Callable. What's the callable? Huh? What? Wait, is the callable just what we call? So, to connect, are we just going, hey, connect this signal to this thing? Is that the way it works? It sounds like how it works with the word connect. Okay. So it gets fed in the current health. So we'll feed this. Okay. Uh-huh. So so um connect. Damage taken. UI dot update progress bar. We want health here. And max health here. So we need to go into our, hold on, our thing here. So current health. Max health. Cannot go get return value of call to update because it returns to void. What? Does it need to return an int? Connect is just telling it to listen for the signal. At most, it would return a bool for success or failure. But no return is also reasonable. It didn't like it when it went to the void. Argument 2 should be callable, but is in. You can't use return in a void function. Well, I know. Okay. Then how am I going to call to this? Hmm. Then have it called this whenever it gets that signal. Hi, Ordinus. Hi, hi. It's been about a year, right? You fell asleep for the first time so fucking long. uh, what's been about a year? Well, I'm glad you can get sleep. And too much food is dead. Oh no. Did you eat too much food? Love kids, it's a scam. uh, Wait, method callable. Our health was a big amount of curry. Oh, for a year from last time you showed up stream. Maybe at some point 2024, heaven forbid. I don't either. Sometime last year. It was 2024. That much I know. Hopefully you've been doing well. Besides getting tormented by children. Was Big Man a curry? Well, was it good though? Was the curry good though? You blame him for the kids? Fair enough. Yes, nice. He kind of not family friendly on you. Hmm. I see, I see. It returns the void. Why? 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 Why does it need a return value? If it's a boolean and I return true, then you're no. You don't want to work now. It should be callable. But it's bull. Okay. What can I return? And then now you're born. And you're born to spawn a Satan. Satan won't take them back and you won't give me. Oh, we're still on this, huh? I know the problem, it doesn't like me. What is it, error now? I don't know. It was giving me issues of it can't return a boolean because it's a callable, and I was like, okay, I make it a callable. Now I don't know what to return. I don't know. That's what the thing was telling me I needed to do. Because if I just do this, wait, what? Why does it work here? Okay, hold on. No, it doesn't work. Oh, because it's... Never mind. Update help bar and base null instance on a null instance. Invalid type in function connect in base signal cannot convert one argument one from nil to callable. You found the original image for the Discord bot? You all looking for things, and my head went, I wonder if she's still doing things. Is the UI null there? It shouldn't be, it's right here. I can do this. No. Like, yeah, it's literally the same thing. But yeah, I am still streaming and stuff, orderless. Still doing game dev stuff. I know recently we were playing Baldur's Gate, Friday. Okay. Let's close some of these. Okay. It's not wanting to connect the signal. Um. Uh-huh. Okay, hold on. Maybe I did this wrong. No. Okay. Invalid type and function connect in base character body 2D player cannot convert argument to from nil to callable. What? No, can't. It doesn't connect here. Yeah, the UI is not null. You think you see the problem? without any parameters? Okay. It's in the... It's right here. This is the signal. It's in the base. Do I need to create another thing for the signal? So like this? Okay. Invalid access to property or key held on base object top. Okay, hold on. Okay, we have our little health bar down here. I want to print out our health. It's not hitting it. It's not triggering that. Into the UI. Right here. Oh. I assume it meant signaling, right? So. Maybe like that? Still not printing it out. Why are these yellow? It's probably not. Otherwise, this would have aired out. So it's thinking I'm maybe doing this. Okay. Yeah. Well, let's see if we can fix the projectile to do the thing it needs to do, I guess. Close this. We need the okay, projectile, I guess, here. It's probably saying it can't be warded to just applying it. Projectile error calling from damage callable canvas layer method expected two things. Okay, so it's expecting something there. And you can't do it that way. Okay. Well, now we have it. But it's not doing damage. You think need to pass on when the signal has been not connected? Okay. So wait. How would you emit the parameters into the function? Huh? Like this? I don't think this is gonna work. Okay, got it working. Okay. What if there's multiple parameters? You just pass them in? Like that? So, okay. That's weird. That's a weird way of doing that. I don't know. I feel that's just a weird way to connect things. Like, weird, like, syntax and stuff. Not the actual functionality of it, just the way it's kind of like set up and how it's supposed to be recognized as weird. will call the connected function with the same parameters you pass to emit. Ah, okay. All right. I kind of want to clean this up now. So there's a better way to do this. There has to be. Maybe there isn't. Yeah. Actually, the game UI shouldn't that be in the base class? Now that I think of it. Not game UI specifically, but the base UI. Because would the game UI still can would we still be able to assign the base UI to this? So we do like this. And in our case, this extends off of base UI, but it still connect to this. Because assuming I have every, like, the player health bars and stuff will be on the screen itself, but enemy health bars and a boss health bar will be in different places. So like an enemy, like mob health bar will be above them, whereas a boss health bar would be more aligned maybe up here. And since they would be sharing the character class, would that character class then need to communicate to the base of the UI so it can differentiate and say, hey, this is the UI for this, and so forth. So in our player case, we could assign, yeah. Exactly. It's working. Yeah, the health bar is only in this one. Which, this is the game UI script. Whereas the base script is, where is it? It's just this. And if I was to add enemy health bars for like mobs, that would be their own scene with a little health bar above their health or something. Above them, placed above them on their thing. So it would be placed like right here. So the game UI is exclusive to the player because it's exclusive to its own scene. The visual novel and stuff will have their own different scene that's, I don't know what the term is, but it will extend this one. I guess it works the way I have it set up because game UI is just an extension of the base. So if we're looking for a base, game UI is still technically a base. It's just a base with its own stuff. So it should work actually smoother this way, because for multiple things that will use a UI. Therefore, I can off-branch the UIs the same way I do the characters and just export them like, hey, so the player scene, let me attach this UI. Boom. One of the main reasons to use inheritance. I'm learning. No, yeah, I'm getting better at it. I'm better at using inheritance. Because I've also been working with inheritance for the thing I've been reworking. Trying to see if there's a way to use inheritance on it. I've become a significantly better programmer since you first started watching me. I will say yes. I can agree that I'm better than when I started. But I still kind of find inheritance kind of like just like it feels like inheritance is just the me. It's still kind of like not really weird, right? It's not that it feels hard. It's just like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like if you're trying to pack something, right? It's like when you're moving or packing something. Inheritance is like, I got a box for this. It's like, that's great organization. But instead, it's everything, but all in tinier boxes. And it's like, what? Huh? So it's like, you get this huge box, so you start putting smaller boxes in, and it's like, but what? It's like, this is the glass, this is the silverware, this is this. It's like, why don't you just do box A, box B as separate entire boxes? Whereas inheritance is just like, nope, they're all kitchen supplies. Therefore, little box, little box, little box, little box, little box, little box. I was like I get the organization of it, but it's like, you wouldn't do that if you're moving. You know? Because imagine picking it up and you're just like, oh, what is in here? Oh, that's kitchen supplies. Okay. And little do you know, there's like 10 little boxes in there packed full of those one individual item. It feels over organized. I would say, like, it feels overkill, but I get it. I get the concept. I get what it's used for, and it makes sense. It's just, because the hard part isn't really doing it, it's how you're going to do it, what you're structuring. That's what feels hard about it. where I feel like I just need to stare at my screen until it's like, oh, I can break it up this way. uh so it's, I don't know, it still is like weird to me, but I get it. I understand it a lot better. It's just ugh, it's a lot. It is a lot. uh Anyway, we got that set up. Actually, this needs to be here. Um but yeah, no, we got it working now. So alright. So this function can actually exist here. So this will have all our like different signals and stuff we need to connect. Okay. We'll also make a function for the player. Player stats. Actually, we can make this a resource. Actually, no, because there's not going to be multiple versions of the player. If we were doing enemies, it'd be different, though. Because each enemy would be a resource. Come to think of it. Potentially, maybe. Another weapons will be. Weapons are going to be a resource that we load. Our dialogue in the visual novel will be a resource that we load. Our projectile that we use will be a resource that we load. Huh. So, yeah. Okay, now that we got this set up, I guess I need to go back to working on the weapons and stuff. Specifically getting weapons and things like that, like to understand the resources and stuff. So, weapon and projectile systems is what we probably need to do next. Close this. We'll do more UI when we start working on the enemy, like actual like behaving and stuff. Or we need to. Our projectile system and stuff we won't need the character for right now. We won't need the player either. We just need the weapon, the player weapon, and projectile. Okay. But yeah, no, I think our game UI is in a good spot right now. That was actually far simpler than it should have been. Or far easier than it actually should have been. Which is good. It's honestly a good thing. To be honest. I'm sorry. Okay. Have I really been? Has it really been 3 hours already? Does not feel like it. Don't feel like it at all. Um. Okay, so I guess here's what I'll do. I'm gonna get up, get some more tea. Because apparently I'm out as well again. Um. Yeah, I'm gonna get some more tea. Take a 5 minute break. Um. Go stretch my legs and stuff. All those things. And yeah. I will be RB in like 5. So, I. up with caffeine in the form of tea, and yeah. All right. So, before we start working on reworking this, I'm gonna go ahead and push our UI stuff because I think that's a good idea. The status. All right, what do we got? Modified the player, weapon, player, projectile, character, projectile. Added the new game UI, UI base, UI game, weapon. Modified. Yeah, alright. That is everything. And then we go to Git, commit. Okay. Now we get push, origin, main, right? Okay. Now we should see some updates here. The testing. Testing has our UI stuff. Yes. All right. Perfect. And we'll keep it in testing for time being. Okay. Now, our weapon system. Okay. The structure of the weapon system, right? We have our light attacks. We have our heavy attacks. We have ranged and melee. There's a few ways to go about this. When I was researching things, one way of doing melee attacks and so forth was to use the animated skeleton and sync it up with colliders. In short, you basically wrap a collider around the weapon and the weapon goes bonk. Another method was having, I think it was attacks and stuff, have little boxes, like collider boxes, that load and unload based off an attack. So attack A has, like, let's see if I can get in to explain it. So let's say attack A is like this. Attack B now is like this. Attack C is like that. And that's like what you would see in like a fighting game. So you'll see it like bam, bam. So like leg sweep, jab, um, some type of push or something, some type of attack. It's like a long line. Small like hit. A grab, and like these would move in like different places and stuff. But I don't know how we would go about doing that. I would need to re-look it up. And to be honest, doing that kind of system might be better and easier to work with, but there's a lot of build up to it. Because we would need more visual assets so we can see what's what. And it would be a lot of learning. So, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But there's a few different ways we can do this. We can still have our raycast act as our melee determination. So where it's like, hey, they're in range, switch to melee attacks. So it would still be our trigger of, hey, switch to melee real quick. And the issue now comes from, because we're making our weapons separate, that means we're going to have to animate it separately. And if we do multiple weapons, they need to be resources that we will load and unload depending on things. So we need to figure out our structure for this. So our weapons will be resources. And depending if I can get this system working, multiple weapons may be a thing. Maybe. So letting the player choose like what weapons they want to use may be a thing. It will just depend on how intensive the system is and how intensive making these sprites and animating them will be. So, yeah. And because it's pixel art, I'll need to figure out a dimension size and stuff, which I also was thinking about. And if I remember correctly, these are... I may make the player little avatar a lot bigger than this. So the player may be like about a third of the screen in height. So if we were to do it like this, well, we need to adjust the camera a little bit, but to be more all the way over, we want to do like this. So, yeah. Anyway, let's work on the weapon before we get too ahead of ourselves here. We don't need the player, we need just the weapons. And we need the resources, actually. Okay. So each projectile... So our resource needs to configure everything that they share. It needs to configure everything. So sprites, everything. Outside of maybe functionality. So like if it's a fireball, it's not going to apply the fire damage. It's going to just say, hey, it does this damage. Hi, Rasta. How is you? Hopefully you're having a good Monday. And hopefully your weekend went as well. Was good as well. I can word, I can finish sentences and stuff. You're alright, exhausted from working out and 80 plus temps. Yikes. Yeah. Oh. Are we talking Fahrenheit? Because if Celsius, how are you alive? But I assume you mean Fahrenheit, which in that case, shoo. Yeah. Yeah, I assume Fahrenheit. I just wanted to make sure, because if it was Celsius, where were you? Jesus. That's like 40 plus, see? I don't know the accurate, like, Celsius stuff, but I do know anything, I guess, above, like, 40, 50, it's like, no, don't. It's terrible. You'll get cooked, literally. It's probably not 50, but still. It'll feel like it. 120. That's too much. That's too much heat. That ain't even the good kind of heat either. Nah. When people say they want heat, they're talking about on a nice cold day, warming up by a fireplace or by a fire. Or if it's not in that case, it's they want heat on the food. They want spicy food. Not 120 Fahrenheit. Jesus. Yeah, no. If it was ever 120, I'm just staying inside. As I'm staying inside, I might get cooked alive, but still, I'm staying inside. It's better than out there. 75. If it was 71 or 72, that's comfy. But 75 is a little much. Um, for me, inside's always super cold to me. It's like 60 something. So I'm always in a hoodie. I'm just like, nope, it's too cold. It's too cold. Try to get it down to 65, 70. Yeah, those are pretty room temp. 65 is just like, no. I am under a blanket. I got socks on. And I'm just completely just, nope. I'm not getting out of the bed. Nope. It's too cold. Nope. The moment it drops below 68, it's like, nope. Not leaving my bed. Nope. It's too cold. You know what? Yeah, I think I used to walk in shorts and like it was always typically cold enough that I could see my breath. But I used to wear shorts in like cold temperatures. But to me, it's different when it's on the inside. When it's inside a place, it's like, no, I don't know. It's worse than going outside in like 20 Fahrenheit in shorts with a wind. It's worse, if not almost the same for me. Now, if it's just cold and it's just 20, that's fine. That's chill. But inside, the moment it drops below like 68, I'm just like, nope. To be fair, you also walk around in pants at 120. I mean, I can wear a hoodie in super hot weather. And actively do sometimes. If it's like super hot outside and I just feel like wearing a hoodie, guess what? I'm wearing a hoodie. Doesn't matter. If I'm comfy in the hoodie, no heat's gonna have any bearing on me. You deal with cold way better than with heat. You have 120 dry and 120 humid. The humidity might be a problem, but if it's just like a dry heat, that's fine. Yeah, I deal with cold better than I do heat. On like when it comes to like being inside and like in a building or something, infinitely would rather be cold than hot. For the sole reason, when you're inside and trying to relax, and it's so hot that you begin to sweat or anything like that, it's absolutely miserable. It's miserable. Because there's like only so much you can do. Where if it's cold, you could just throw on a hoodie and some socks and stand in front of something warm. And have something warm. And it's very, very just perfect. Comfy. Chill. 120 humidity. Just die from being outside too long. Yikes. You could deal with 120 and below. You prefer humid heat than dry heat? Really? It's about 49 Celsius. Jesus. Jesus. Don't tell Al that. I was gonna be like, what? I was gonna just like, uh, that's a PC. That's practically living inside of a PC. It's a normal temp. Midsummer, not even feels like temp. Not even a feel like temp. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, no, it gets really hot over there, and that's just no. If I was there, I would just stay inside. I'm just like, nope. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. You should add 5 to 10 to feel like temp. You're in Texas? Yeah. If I was there, nope. Nope. uh. mm. Yeah, no. I would be miserable. I would be miserable. Because I really don't like humidity at all. Hence, I would prefer like just dry heat, honestly. To humidity. Humidity is awful. Alright. So we got our projectile ID, projectile path. What does our projectile path do? Huh? It's a string. Is that like the paths that we preload? I think that's and depending on what you are in text, the temps will be way different. Okay, sprite frames is the frames. The force is are kind of like speed. Fall off is basically whether it has gravity or not. The damage, and this will be a dictionary, so. Because this will be basically like a damage table. Or actually, we might not need a dictionary for the projectile itself. Sprite frames. Word check. Huh. I was all over the place with this, huh? So we need to just redo that. All in all. Okay. Okay, our weapon resource. Our weapon ID, which is what weapon we're using. Our sprite frames. Our damage based off of whatever we assign. Okay. So here's what we need to do. Our weapon damage and stuff. We don't need that. Okay. We're not gonna touch any of this yet. So, our weapon resource. So, let's say we're using a staff. We need to determine its sprite frames, basically, and stuff like that. What weapon it's called. What else would all the weapons share? Damage, first and foremost. But how do we go about the damage? Since there's combos, right? Would we use a dictionary to feed it, hey, this is a light attack, this is a heavy attack damage? So in that case, and based off a string, we can apply the damage, the value from the string. So yeah, this is what we'll do. The name. You think you made it off on your temperature 20? It's a record for the whole state of Texas. Twice, once in 1930s and once in 1990s. Unless you're talking about feels like them. Oh, interesting. Weapon sprites and items. export. Variable. We're gonna go with would it be a damage chart actually? Hmm. Weapon attack string damage float. Okay. So we have our sprite, we have our ID. So what weapon is are what the weapons like animations and things would look like. It's essentially it's visual. Um so when what else do we need? Hmm. Would I allow the weapons to go faster? Would I allow some weapons to go faster than others? Um, Probably. So we'll need weapon speed as well. So this will be our attack cooldown limit. So basically our little for our timer. So when we have a what is it essentially our debug, this will basically dictate, hey, this is how fast you can click the button. So like maybe you wait 0.3 seconds, sometimes you might wait 0.1, etc., etc., etc. Um, So, okay. Um, let's see. Um, let's see, let's see. Hmm. Okay. Attack cooldown. Attack cooldown timer. Hmm. So let's see. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Um, Weapon speed, damage, like dictionary. Okay, so what else do we need for weapons? What it's called, what it looks like, how much damage it does. How fast it is. What else? Can't think of anything else to really add on this. So, let's say this is a slower weapon. Um, we're gonna go with the false light staff 4. So if there's 4 attacks of each, right? That means with heavy attacks and light attacks, that's 8. If we do ranged and melee, that's another 8. So that's 24. That's a dictionary of 24 strings. But this is for the melee weapon. So that's a lot of strings. And the question would be then, should I include... Oh no. Because the weapon needs to know if it's a ranged attack. It needs to know if it's a melee attack. Okay. Okay. Because the way I'm imagining it is based off this. That will play animations, will play everything, will play off of that one string. And that string, it would be something that's not stored. It's something generated based off of various variables. In our case, we check to see if it's colliding, and we generate an attack string based off of that. So we check what weapon it is, we check if it's a heavy or light. If heavy, we say it's heavy. If it's light, we do a heavy check to see if it's a heavy or light. Then we say the following. So, are we in range? Is it a melee? If so, true. Then our weapon type, or our attack type, which is light or heavy. Then weapon check, so what weapon we are, and what combo number are we on. Because it only goes from 1 to 4. You can only have a combo string of 4 before the combo resets. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4, depending on the speed. But all in all, they all ended on the 4th hit before the combo restarts based off your input. So you could technically take the 4th heavy as a heavy attack and then start off a light attack and chain that into the following numbers, the combo numbers. So it'd be 2 into a heavy attack. So you could go, in this case, true, light, staff 1, and then go false, heavy, staff 2. So, while it might be tedious, we might need the 24 set up in a dictionary. Unfortunately. And it dawned on me. That's 24 animations. That have to seamlessly work together. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Now, now that I think about it, if we tie it all to one weapon, right? I might not need to separate animations for every combo level. I guess I could just make them set combos so they don't weave together. Unless you were thinking of something else. Because light attack 1 needs to be able to go into heavy attack or light attack 2. A lot of games have a combo system that doesn't show combos differently than any other attacks. It just gives you a count and a bonus for them. Huh. Yeah, I guess I could share the animation among. Hmm. But that means I would have to also set this up differently. Hmm. Since the attack string is what it's reading. Hmm. Yeah, that would simplify it down to like 2 animations. which would make it easier because then if it's 3 weapons, that's only 6 animations instead of the 3 times 24. Mm. But I'm not worried about the animation count just yet. It's more. Hmm. And there's not gonna be like a visible combo counter. To me, it's just combos in animation nature. Just you visibly see your character doing a different attack. Because there's a different damage number associated with it. Hmm. That's definitely something to keep in mind. But for scope, um, but I need to make sure I'm including everything into the resources so we can hit a button and it loads our weapon. And then how we're going to do the weapon detection. Because if we do it with colliders, the weapon's going to have a collider generated on it for animation. Which I feel like that's going to get convoluted. And it's very finicky. Mm, okay. Let's see. Um. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Second. Looking. I'm actually looking up stuff. Let's see. Melee. Ah. Hmm. Let's see. interesting. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Honestly, there's no 2Ds not being used. Alright. So, okay. So the weapon scene will be responsible for the rage attack, actually, for spawning it and saying what type of. Uh-huh. Okay. So in that case, we need to do an export. Um, we'll just go off the weapon ID, I guess. So, No. Projectile type. Okay. Mm-hmm. Honestly, we don't need a range ID. We just need the weapon ID itself. So alright. So attack startup. Mm-hmm. Alright. Mm. What else? Weapon speed. Attack speed. You snooze? Alright, have a good snooze. Have all the good snoozes. Thank you for the headpad. Thank you. And the hydrate and the stretch. Got it. Okay. Alright. Alright. There is the hydrate and the switches. Okay. Alright. Weapon speed. Okay. Alright, let's see. So... And a scuffed aura. Hmm. Alright. Anna. I'm not even sure if that came through. Because I wasn't looking at my mic. I wasn't looking at my OBS. But, there you go. Whether I got half cut off or not. It came through? Alright. Let's see. Instead of weapon check, I need to call this weapon name. Wait. Weapon attack, yeah. Okay. Alright. Okay. Hmm. A projectile, okay. Okay, so to differentiate between the melee and the ranged attacks. So a projectile can apply damage, but it doesn't need a damage value. It doesn't need damage because it's going to be tied to the weapon. Hmm. So therefore, okay, our projectile. We did this backwards. Our projectile can be a resource and have damage on it. Oh, never mind. Fuck. Because the projectiles could also be spells. Okay. First and foremost, what do all projectiles have? What do they all need? They need sprite frames. They need force and fall off. And I guess we could break it down further where we have things like spells. Mm, mm. this is gonna be a little. This is what's gonna get complicated. Is this whole system? This attack system is gonna get complicated. But if we can get this knocked out and test it, we will have made a lot of progress. Because shit. Hmm. So the structure of the system, right? Weapon. The weapon dictates what kind of range attacks it does. So the weapon resource. Need to preload the scene. What is this? Projectile. All of this is gone. Okay. 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 So let's see. Okay. Gonna. Fuck. My brain. The system is getting just. Okay. Melee weapons. Hmm. Okay. The structure of this is gonna be weird. Should the projectile store its own damage data? It should. Which means that actually cuts down the dictionary in half in the weapon itself. Um, I, I guess one thing we could do is reevaluate all this. And just work on getting melee done first. Getting that working the way I want. And then seeing how we can go about doing projectile. So melee first, range second. In that case, all right. I'm gonna actually get up and stretch for it. I will be right back in like 5 minutes. So, and we'll get back to basically just doing the melee. Let's just focus on melee weapons. So, all right, hear me. I apologize for being awake for so long. I got distracted. I got distracted. Alright. So, we're going to comment out a range attack. We're not going to use the range attack at all. Oh, we need to adjust the player size, apparently. I did adjust it, didn't I? Okay. So what we want to happen we don't want there to be a 0 string. Okay. We might add reach in as well. Hmm. Control K, we don't need that right now. Uh-huh. Okay, weapon reach. All right. Okay, let's see. Um, so if we, so the weapons basically just get swapped out. Okay, so the player weapon. Win an array. So let's see. Weapon selection. Loadout. So Okay. Weapon preload will be a string. So, okay. Function, we want to weapon loadout. Um, okay. Yeah. Current weapon. If current weapon is greater than or equal to 3, we'll go 2. Else we do that. We'll say weapon swap here. Okay. want to do, we want to preload. We want to actually set the we want to set the string. So how do we do a preload? So we do res. Okay, hold on. Ah, I see. So you can't dynamically preload things. Got it. Okay. The only way to load a resource is to preload it. Um, Okay, do like this. Active weapon. And okay, hold on. So it's registering it as null. Oh. Alright, what's in the thing? So we need the ID. Actually, we have a function for it, I do believe, in here. It's set weapon. Token ID is nil. Why is it nil? The object that contains it? This? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. We got it working. There we go. Hi, Zen. Hi, hi. How is you? Which everybody should go follow them. Okay. You're good. New keyboard. Nice. What? Everyone should go follow Zen. Do it. Do it. Alright. Um. We have that weapon swap. Progress is fun. Mm. Yeah, we're reworking the weapon system. The only progress we got done, honestly, is the some UI stuff, and that's about it. So yeah, not too much progress. Right now, it's just trying to get it's trying to get it where the melee system is smooth, and basically instead of making the range first, I'm kind of like backtracking, redoing the melee, and then doing range. So I need to figure out the structure of the base, the weapon, which is responsible for the melee damage, before we can then give it ranged attacks. And how that's gonna work. So yeah. Mm, so let's see. We have the weapon swap system actually very easily done. Literally cycle between our. We literally just hit a button and cycle between arrays, essentially. But it will be on the 1, 2, 3. So it's just changing the input. Easily enough. So let's see. Um, I guess in order to actually test this out, we're gonna need a visual element here. But I'm leaning towards maybe we'll do some actual animations. So we'll need to create some stock animations and stuff like that for this. Especially if I want to use a system where we just use colliders. So that'll be an interesting experience. Yeah. Okay. Uh, yeah. And honestly, depending on how the system plays out, will depend on if I make other weapons for the player to use outside of the 1, 2, 3. So yeah. Yeah. Okay. Um. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna do a push on this. Set push origin main. Alright. Disable range attack, added weapon swap, reworking melee system. Yep. Alright. Yeah. Unfortunately, I might call it here because the next step is literally to make some stock animations and like weapons and stuff. So in order to do that, I need to make said stuff. And that requires me to boot up either Krita and figure out how we're going to do that, or I need to compile Aseprite and get Aseprite again. So that is going to be a fun time. So because then we'll have to then we'll be looking into how we actually animate a melee object with a collider. So yeah, like where does the hitbox, will the hitbox go with the object and so forth, right? Anyway, I'm gonna look for someone that we can raid. And you know what? Why not? We're gonna go raid Aaron. Aaron is doing things. I forget what kind of game Aaron's making, but Aaron is making a game. Very heckin' chill over there. I should be back tomorrow, and we'll probably be doing some art stuff. Maybe a little bit of both, art and this. So, yeah. Hopefully I'll have Aseprite up and running before stream tomorrow. But if not, well, we're gonna have an interesting first half of stream. Anyway. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna call it. It's fine to set it up on stream. Yeah, I'll probably need to. Build tools are part of the dev process. Yep. Yeah, because I'm probably going to use Aseprite to make the art, and it's going to be pixel art. The idea that I want to kind of do, I'm just it's more of like more of an attempt to do is make it where it's like 2D pixel art, right? But much higher scale. So characters aren't like a normal bit pixel art, right? They look like an actual person. And stuff like that. I want to try to make that. How to go about it, I don't know. But well, I'll just have to figure it out. Anyway, yeah, that's what I'm gonna call it. I'm actually tired. Even though it's only midnight. Then again, I was up this morning, so I think I woke up at around like 8 my time. So yeah. Anyway. So we'll probably do that tomorrow. If I don't figure out how to do it myself, which more than likely might happen. So we'll be compiling a sprite tomorrow, potentially, and using it and just get back into doing some art stuff, because I've been feeling like some art stuff lately. And this time we have kind of like a straight up goal for what we want to do. So, that being said, thank you everyone that's hung out, chatted, lurked. I appreciate you. We're gonna go raid Aaron. Aaron is working on some stuff. Just checking the activity feed real quick, making sure I'm not missing anything. Looks like none about the redeems, which is fine. Alright, thank you for all the redeems. Anyone that did them. But yeah. My eyes are wanting to close on me, and it's just like, ah. So, yeah. And I've kind of hit a roadblock anyway with developing this, so we're gonna need a visual before we can even do it yet. But so rip. Only so far we can go until we make animations. So that being said, thank you everyone that hung out, chatted, lurked, all of those things. I'm gonna send y'all to Aaron and not completely repeat myself over and over again and get stuck in a loop. I can spell. I totally wasn't spelling out /repeat. That's not something I would do at all. Alright. Is that the right thing? It is. Perfect. Alright. Yeah. I should be back tomorrow. We'll be doing some art stuff, some game dev stuff, a little bit of both. What else? I don't know. I don't know what else. My brain's officially died. Yeah. I hope everyone has a good night or morning, depending on your time zone. And yeah. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye bye. Bye bye. Have a good night. Good morning. Have a great time zone. I will see y'all all tomorrow. Bye bye. Go have fun at Aaron's stream. Aaron's doing all the cool things. Bye.